Nasher, Nasher should probably stay till Corey can see people. When Nasher has to announce when he's set up, and then I can pull up. Okay, I just looking for
Right, the loading dock. 107, north side of JD on 107. Hey, your guy, or is he Derek's guy? Okay, I'll call Derek. Back.
Kelly, I should. Dasher needs to go. Yes, please. He's on his way, Corey. He's on his way. Pause. They break down from 8 into small runs. Hit the mood. Slide it behind. Slide it behind. Keep moving forward.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Rogers Place in Edmonton. I would also like to welcome those who are joining us through broadcast. I'm Sergeant Aubrey Zalaski, and I'm deeply honored to be your Master of Ceremonies this afternoon. Before we begin, I would ask that you please turn off your cell phones and not take any photos unless you are a designated photographer or member of the funeral coordinating team. I would like to start by acknowledging members of the Jordan and Ryan families who are here with us today. On behalf of Chief Dale McPhee and all members of the Edmonton Police Service, I want to extend our deepest condolences and thank you for sharing this day with us. I would also like to acknowledge the following dignitaries who are present with us here today. Her Honor, the Honorable Salma Lakhani, Lieutenant Governor of Alberta, and His Honor, Dr. Zahir Lakhani. The Honorable Daniel Smith, Premier of the Province of Alberta. The Honorable Mike Ellis, Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services. The Honorable Rachel Notley, Leader of the Official Opposition. The Honorable Marco Mendocino, Minister of Public Safety for the Government of Canada. His Worship, Amarjeet Sohi, Mayor of the City of Edmonton, and Chief of Police, Dale McPhee, and distinguished guests. Today, we gather as a grateful community to grieve the loss and celebrate the lives of two Edmonton police officers killed in the line of duty on March 16th, 2023. During today's ceremony, you will learn about Constables Travis Jordan and Brett Ryan and their impact as police officers, citizens, and loved ones. Although today is a regimental police funeral, we want to acknowledge the sacrifice and contribution of all emergency responders, many of whom knew Travis and Brett and worked alongside them at various calls. You as emergency responders share the same calling as them, to help others and keep our city and its people safe. Over the past 10 days, Travis and Brett have best been remembered for the uniform that they proudly wore and the ultimate sacrifice they made in doing so. While it's true that the uniform is a large piece of their identity, today you will learn how they were so much more than the badge that they carried. At the end of today's ceremony, each of you will walk out of these doors carrying a piece of their legacy with you. You will understand what drove these exceptional men to become police officers, and when asked to do so, willingly and unselfishly lay down their lives for our community. You will also learn of the qualities that made Travis and Brett beloved by so many in their lives outside of their squad car. To begin our memorial today, the Edmonton Police Service would like to acknowledge the land and territory that we stand on here today. The Edmonton Police Service, located on the traditional homelands and gathering grounds of the Cree, Dene, Anishinaabe, Blackfoot, Papachase, Nakota Sioux, Kianyan Kaha, and the Métis people, would like to acknowledge the signatories and descendants of Treaty 6 territory. The trooping of colors will now occur, and Drum Major James McLeod will place the drums. The process of trooping colors over a drum is derived from the ritual of creating an altar with the drums and colors on the battlefield when a building or church was not feasible. Colors were a visual representation of the unit or regiment's history, traditions, and pride. Their display atop the drum set was the most significant gesture that could be created on the field of battle to acknowledge the ultimate sacrifice being made by the fallen. I would invite everyone to please stand. Saluting the colors is not required as the precedence is given to the fallen.
Parade! Attention! Drum Corps!
The company, under the command of Sergeant Jason Perry, will now troop the colors.
Color party!
Please remain standing as Constables Travis Jordan and Brett Ryan are brought into the venue. The fallen's forge cap, medals, and badge are placed on the casket as a visual representation of that officer, and the accoutrements are placed in the order that they would exist on the uniform. The medal set that people see are present because both officers have been posthumously awarded the following medals in descending order of precedence: the Police Exemplary Service Medal, the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal, the Alberta Police Long Service Medal, the Alberta Emergency Services Medal, and the Edmonton Police Service Medal of Honor. Please remain standing and join the EPS chorus in the singing of our national anthem.
True patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, EPS chorus. Everyone may be seated.
Stand at ease.
I would now like to welcome City of Edmonton Chaplain John Dowds to lead us all in an opening prayer.
As has been expressed by so many people, my deepest sympathy to Travis and Brett's families, to Annie and to Ashley, to parents Bob and Lori, and Judy and Hubert, and all of your families, and to your extended family, the Edmonton Police Service, and also the communities that you call home. Words cannot adequately express what you are feeling or the journey that you are on. Words cannot adequately express the love and concern that we all have for you that fills the air in this place and beyond this place. But words are what we have, and gestures of love are what we have. And in the midst of this unpredictable journey of grief, sometimes the words that you've heard or may hear can be rocks on which you stand, or railings that you can hold on to when grief comes rushing over and overwhelms every piece of your being. Here are some words now. They're in the form of a prayer. Pray them with me if that is what fits for all of you and is a part of your spiritual journey. If not, then perhaps seize these moments to reflect on the words and take what you need and what you want today and leave the rest. Let us pray. To you, O Holy One, known by many names and yet beyond all names, we bring these prayers. We gather here to remember Constable Travis Jordan and Constable Brett Ryan, loving husbands, sons, siblings, family members, friends to so many, called to serve, devoted to service. For their courage and their deep commitment, we give you thanks. For their families, we pray that they will be strengthened by the love and compassion that surrounds them here today and beyond, and by the presence of your Spirit. For the Edmonton Police Service, an intrinsic part of the fabric of our community, people called to serve and protect, we give thanks. And today, perhaps like no other day, we offer our deep gratitude for our police officers, who they are, the work they do with such dedication and bravery. For all our first responders, we offer our prayers, law enforcement across our country, fire rescue, emergency medical services, and our military personnel. People who have answered the call to protect and serve and take care of and even sacrifice themselves for others. We offer our deep gratitude for all of them here in Edmonton, across our province, throughout our nation, and beyond. And for Edmonton, we pray, a community, a family. And as family, when one hurts, everybody hurts. When one is in need, family gathers together to help and support. We've done that. May it continue and be sown into the very fabric of who we are. Be with us, O Holy One, here in this place, as we mourn the tragic loss of Brett and Travis, and as we give thanks for who they were and the legacies they leave for all of us. These are our prayers Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Dowse. To offer condolences on behalf of the Edmonton Police Association is President Curtis Hoople.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here today on behalf of the Edmonton Police Association. As a 20-year sworn member and a representative for almost 2,000 police officers, I want to convey some brief words of support to the families of Constable Travis Jordan, Constable Brett Ryan, and our entire police family. Senseless is a word that fits this moment. Accepting loss that cannot be easily explained can tear at us. It's hard to accept, and it creates difficult emotions to heal. To the Jordan and Ryan families, the entire police family here today and worldwide mourns with you and is deeply sorry for your loss. We all want you to know they were loved, respected, admired, and damn great cops. Travis was a stellar man. He showed up for people at every moment of his career with care and compassion and without hesitation, even in the most challenging circumstances. Brett was an outstanding man and a valued member of our family. He was driven, focused, intelligent, and relentless in his service. They were both the best of us. We all want to honor their sacrifice and find meaning in this moment. We all owe Travis and Brett the commitment to cement their legacy into the pillar of strength that burns their internal flame in our hearts and across our city. To my police family, since March 16th's event, you have continued your duties while trying to comprehend the gravity of what happened to our colleagues. Losing our brothers reminds us of our social contract we carry as a part of our uniform. Their ultimate sacrifice is a stinging reminder of how important it is not to underestimate the dangers of our job while still offering compassion to the communities we serve. Today, we stand witness to the sad fact that sometimes the terms of this contract are paid with the ultimate sacrifice. Constable Jordan and Constable Ryan fulfilled their service to the ultimate measure. For this, we owe them our gratitude and our relentless protection of the police service and the community that they honored with their very lives. As we leave here today, remember to support each other while taking time to attend to your grief. To the Jordan and Ryan families, this police family is here for you and is committed to never forgetting. To Travis and Ryan, you'll be dearly missed. Rest easy, brothers, and let your police colleagues take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Hoople. I am pleased to now welcome Her Honor, the Honorable Sama Lakhani, Lieutenant Governor of Alberta, to come forward and offer condolences.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to begin by offering my most heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Constable Travis Jordan and Constable Brett Ryan. Please know that you are not alone. Your fellow Edmontonians, Albertans, and Canadians, and people from around the world stand beside you today. We are heartbroken by their loss, and we are holding you in our thoughts and prayers for comfort and solace. The tragic deaths of these two brave men was a harsh reminder to us all of the very real risks that our heroes in uniform face in order to keep us safe. It takes great personal sacrifice and considerable heart to put your own well-being on the line so that others can live in peace and security. The best police officers bring tremendous courage and a high level of skill, strength, and determination to the job, and Constables Jordan and Ryan lived up to that high standard each and every day. They cared deeply about this community, and they served with intelligence, integrity, and honor. I have learned from those who knew them that Travis and Brett also shared a remarkable ability to connect with those who were in trouble or experiencing trauma, always taking the time to let people know that they were heard and understood. They treated everyone they met with empathy, warmth, and compassion, and that made all the difference to people in need. We were truly fortunate to have had them among us, even if it was for far too short a time. While nothing we say or do can take away the pain that comes with such a terrible loss, I hope that all who are grieving for Travis and Brett can find some measure of comfort in knowing that their legacies will live on. We will remember them always for the remarkable spirit they brought to their duties and for the countless people who they helped and the lives they saved over the course of their careers. Above all, their enduring legacies will live on in the love and friendship they shared with those who were fortunate enough to have had them in their lives. They will be deeply missed by all who knew them and forever honored by a grateful city, province, and country. I offer my deep gratitude to members of the Edmonton Police Service and to all of our Albertan and Canadian frontline heroes in uniform for your sustained service. Again, to the family members of our two brave heroes, please know that they will never be forgotten. They will remain in our hearts and be forever celebrated in our history. As someone who came to Canada from another part of the world and who has come to deeply appreciate the safety and security we enjoy in this country, I can say this: it is only because of the daily courage, commitment, and dedication to their profession of those like our two young heroes who gave their all for us that what we each take so much for granted every day is even possible. May Constables Jordan and Ryan rest in peace, and may we continue to honor them through our shared commitment to fostering the strong, hopeful, and peaceful society they believed in. A society that represents the best of their brave and caring spirits and the best of who we are as a people. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, for those moving words. We will now have eulogies in honor of Constable Jordan. I would like to first invite Brodie Sampson to the podium.
Wow. Good afternoon, all. I'm grateful to see so many here today. Travis would have been in awe of this outpouring of love and support from the law enforcement, military, and first responder communities, as well as his family and friends. I also want to pay my respects to the family, friends, and loved ones of Constable Brett Ryan, who we also grieve for today. My name is Brodie Sampson, and I'm fortunate to count myself as one of Travis's closest friends. It's difficult being up here today for a lot of reasons. Normally, I'd call Travis for advice on this sort of thing. With him gone, I'm left to wing it without my navigator here to guide me. With just a few minutes, I hope I can do his story justice. Who was Travis Jordan? Travis was from a small community of Colebrook, Nova Scotia, where he grew up in a close family. He was loved and nurtured by his parents, Judy and Hubert, and his big sister, Sheena, who adored him. Travis was the resident hero to his nieces and nephew, Kenzie, Kiera, and Reese, and of course, Nanny Seeley. His family knew him the longest, the deepest, and the very best. For those of you who didn't know Travis, I hope I can introduce you. Judy and Hubert were dedicated parents, working hard to ensure Travis and Sheena were well cared for and even more well loved. They raised Travis to be the man that we all loved. Travis's childhood was filled with hockey, soccer, golf, and countless escapades. On snow days, Trav would swing by and pick up me and our other teammates, and we'd go to the rink for hockey. In summer, Travis loved golfing, and he wouldn't tolerate just 9 holes. He'd keep us out in the hot sun just to play those extra 9. Good thing he wasn't competitive. Travis had many very close friends, several of whom are here today, and others watching from afar. What we have in common is that we were able to experience Travis's kindness, contagious joy, and unparalleled positivity, even in the face of hardships. It's the essence of bravery and perseverance he helped instill in us that gets us through these hard times now. By all accounts, Travis's life began in Colebrook. A boy on an ice rink growing up into a young man. But to those who knew him, Travis's life began when he met the love of his life, Annie. The two were smitten. That Annie was such a sports fan certainly helped. They married, built a life, and moved across the country together. They had 2 beloved dogs, BJ and Teddy, a loving family, and many close friends. The two loved to travel, to the mountains, to Florida, or home to Nova Scotia. Most importantly, these two loved to travel to connect with loved ones and close friends. Judy, Hubert, Sheena, Kenzie, Kiera, Reese, Annie's parents, Shelley and Blair, Annie's brother Sam, and his bride-to-be Allie, if she ever asks. Annie was his first and only love and his soft place to fall when life got too big and too loud. Golf may be a solo sport, but Trav and Annie were a team. What a gift to have shared a love like this. Travis had a strong moral compass and his values were sound. He was the epitome of integrity. Travis was dubbed the Snow Angel of Edmonton, and this is who Travis always was, even when no one was looking, even when no one was taking pictures or writing articles. He did it because that's who he was. He was the consummate diplomat, loving, kind, and compassionate, and he wore these attributes like armor. Instead of social media, he would pick up the phone and call, fostering real connections. Relationships were paramount to Travis. Travis's dream was always to be a police officer. His hard work and determination helped his dream come to fruition nearly 9 years ago. Travis and Annie packed up their lives in Nova Scotia and moved to the big city of Edmonton, where Travis was able to live out his childhood dream. This is not a mantle that Travis carried lightly. We strive to protect those we love from the unkindness of life and the dark clouds of humanity. However, we cannot always keep our loved ones safe from all that their journeys hold. We can only love them unconditionally, be a safe harbor for them as they encounter the challenges of life, and support them in their dreams. Everyone should have a Travis in their lives to encourage you, to laugh with you, to love you, to celebrate with you during life's greatest moments, and to cry with you through its hardships. These virtues were taught to Travis by Judy and Hubert as a child, and they nestled deep into the fabric of who he was. Travis's love was a gift to us. His generosity of spirit made his corners of the world a better place. And we too can improve our own small corners of the world by following his tireless examples of goodness. Travis and Brett are now the example of dedication and sacrifice. I'm overwhelmed today looking out into this sea of blue. Each of you willing to courageously risk your own safety to ensure another's. Your work has never been easy, and on a day like today, that rings more true than ever. Your bonds of brother and sisterhood deserve our respect and our gratitude. Annie, family, friends, and squad mates, you love Travis so deeply and so well. Because he was so well loved, he will be equally missed. We will continue to hold you up in our thoughts and prayers as you begin the inconceivable journey of life without Travis. Each day will be filled with past memories of all that was and all that should have been. His walk was short, but his impact was endless. We appreciate that Travis walked this earth as he touched so many hearts and so many lives. And this love will live on. We never know how and when we touch the lives of others, and here today, Travis is touching so many. In days to come, when the soft dusk of night shadows the earth, you will be able to count his love in the stars. Travis will always remain right here in our hearts. We are grateful to have known him. God bless and tailwinds, my dearest friend.
Thank you, Brody. I would now welcome Sergeant Chris Gallagher and Sergeant Perry Getzinger to come to the podium.
Annie and Judy, Hubert, Blair, Shelley, Nana, Sheena and Blake, Sam and Allison, and Travis's niece and nephews, Reese, Mackenzie, and Kiara. We are truly honored today to be giving this tribute to Travis. You all know him as Travis, but to his crew and to both of us, we knew him as TJ. Both names will be used as we talk about our friend today. My name is Sergeant Chris Gallagher, and this is Sergeant Perry Getzinger. Perry was Travis and Brett's sergeant, and I've known Travis and Brett since their time in recruit training. Today we gather to honor and pay tribute to a dear friend, colleague, respected member of the Edmonton Police Service. I had the pleasure of training Travis in recruit training. After spending 2 years in the Atlantic Police Academy, he didn't get off to a great start here. If you can all refer to the photo in your program, or you can look at the photo at the front of the stage, he is without a name tag. And if it was really a full photo, you would see that he also was not wearing any boots. The day the photos were taken, he forgot his boots and name tag at home, and it was only day 3 here. If you know Travis, you know that forgetting things and not being prepared was out of character for him. The class did many push-ups that morning, and needless to say, he never forgot his name tag or boots again. Travis loved being a police officer, and his passion for serving and protecting his community was evident in everything that he did. He was dependable, loyal, and his colleagues knew that they could always count on him to have their backs. Travis was a well-respected member of the service, and his dedication to his job was unparalleled. Travis was a leader right from the start. He was an excellent recruit training officer and was always willing to mentor new recruits coming into the crew. Sergeant Getzinger called on him to go up temporary acting. Travis always stepped up, and he always did an excellent job. He told me he always considered Sergeant Getzinger as his work dad.
Travis was an exceptional man of talent with an OCD level of attention to detail that made him great at his job. He was hardworking and well respected by his colleagues, and his contributions to this service will never be forgotten. Travis started all of his shifts ensuring his car was meticulously clean inside and out. He often would take out the leftover paperwork, food, garbage that he found in the car, and he would leave it in the appropriate member's mailbox for them to deal with. Travis took pride in our squad meals. He loved to help plan, but it had to be a certain way. His rules were as follows. The food had to be ready on time. His favorite potato chips had to be on the table. And the pop had to be cold, or Riley would never hear the end of it. Beyond his professionalism and work ethic, TJ was also known for his great sense of humor. He had a way of making people laugh and feel at ease, even in the most stressful situations. TJ could diffuse tension with a well-timed joke or a witty comment, and his positive attitude was infectious. Travis was a leader, and I could always rely on him to fill my shoes when I was away. Well, on one shift while he was acting sergeant, Travis proceeded to play a prank on the most junior member of our crew. The last day of the set, he made sure everybody was on board, and then he proceeded to tell Riley that the squad had an 8-hour training day about economic crimes at Northwest Campus. The next morning, Riley arrived bright and early at Northwest Campus, looked around. His whole squad was at home in bed. This level of respect and trust by his peers allowed him to be pretty much the only one to get away with pranks like this. Travis was very proud to call Squad 4 his family. To call Squad 4 his family, and we are all going to miss him dearly. Let's talk about Travis the golfer. Any of you that knew Travis know he was an excellent golfer, ultra competitive, and really liked to win. 3 years ago, I arranged a golf trip with my closest friends, Bill Countryman, Chris, and TJ. Travis was so excited to go on this trip that he named our group chat Birdies and Beers. He was involved with making sure he could pick the courses that we wanted to play and the planning of the trip. The first game that we played was at Silvertip in Canmore, and for some reason Chris was playing out of his shoes and beating Travis. The more Travis tried to catch Chris, the more he was spraying the ball off the tee. The three of us were never afraid to get in his kitchen. We tormented him for his ball going everywhere but the fairway. Somehow the nickname Sprinkles was born, and he embraced it, as evidenced on his personalized Sprinkles golf balls that he had made for this upcoming season. The victory at Silvertip was the one and only time that Chris managed to beat Travis at golf. No matter how hard I tried, I never managed to achieve that goal. I miss you, buddy.
TJ was a man with a smile that could light up a room, a man of great integrity. He was always determined and motivated to be the best. TJ's goal was always to become a member of the tactical unit. One day while working out at West Division, he was running on the treadmill and he was approached by another member who was inquiring why such the intense workout. TJ informed him of his goal to get into tactical and he was preparing for the runoff. The member then offered his CrossFit workout, which consisted of 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, and 300 squats. And then he told TJ that he could do it in under 18 minutes. So after running on the treadmill for I don't know how long TJ was on there for, he got off, took the member's advice, started the workout while the member watched. TJ completed the workout in under 9 minutes. And in typical fashion, he let that member know, this was no big deal, man. TJ strived to be the best he could in everything that he attempted, and he never did give up. 3 nights ago, Annie saw the Northern Lights for the first time. Her and TJ had talked about watching the Northern Lights, but it was something that they have never done together. They were the brightest they've been in 6 years. Annie, Travis will always be your Northern Light. While we mourn TJ's passing, we must also celebrate his life and the impact that he had on those around him. He was a shining example of what it means to be a police officer, a husband, a son, a grandson, a brother, friend, or Uncle T. He was also a great dog dad. We are all better for having known him. So let us honor his legacy by committing ourselves to the values he held dear: dedication, hard work, humor, love of family, and community. Rest in peace, Travis. We love you, brother. Your service and sacrifice will not be forgotten.
Thank you, Sergeants. Lastly, I would like to invite Chaplain Roy Langer to speak on behalf of Travis's wife, Annie.
It's such an honor for me to be here at this moment on this day, walking alongside a family, and to stand here right now with Annie as she shared in writing for me the words of love and respect that she has for her husband. And these are her words. Travis, my police officer, my best friend, my husband, my whole world. Have I told you how much I love you lately? Or how much I appreciate everything you do for me and our sweet little boys, Teddy and BJ? What about how much I admire you for everything that you do for everyone else? You are the most generous, selfless, and loving person I know. It's been the biggest honor being your wife. The second I put my eyes on you, I wasn't sure your incredibly confident nature was palpable in the room. With time, you showed me what undivided attention really meant, as well as the chemistry that can take place when two individuals with so much in common connect in passion, trust, and true love. Our life together was truly remarkable right from the beginning. It was just easy. We didn't have one hard day in 11 years. The world was really ours. We had already started leaving our mark in so many different places. We were well on the way to exploring many other countries and sharing new experiences together. We worked hard together to build our careers and to get you to fulfilling your dream of being a police officer. Very, very persevered. We persevered together at every turn, simply gaining new insight along the way and setting our eyes back on the horizon. I was so proud of you when the news came that we would be moving to Edmonton in search of fulfilling your dreams, our dream of being a police officer. Your brothers and sisters in blue meant the world to you right from the beginning. You were lucky to have them, and they were lucky to have you. The excitement that you had in your early days as a recruit was absolutely precious. The stories that you came home with and the anticipation of all the exercises ahead filled our household on a regular basis. Travis maintained that excitement throughout his entire tenure with EPS. And what came from through that was just unbelievable. For almost 8 years, Squad 4 was family. Travis was adamant about staying on that squad as they were a very tight-knit group and an awesome sergeant. He did not, he would not do any, he would do absolutely anything for you, including sacrificing his life in the line of duty for those he loved. I think most people who worked with Travis, with him, attested to the type of individual that he was, excitement that he had to take every call, any call, whether it was a fraud or a crime fight. He showed up and ready to go. He felt so supported by you all, even though his strong attention to detail could lead to some racked up charges in the squad fund. But you were his family away from home, and you meant the world to him. and I can't ever thank you enough for that. Travis, that unwavering loyalty is one of the most incredible things about you. I could depend on you always. You are my protector, and not a day will pass without your impact shining through everything that I do. On our wedding day, I vowed to stand beside you when you honor the fallen and be understanding when duty comes to calling. So today, I am honoring you as I did that day and will continue as long as I live until we are together again. Love, Annie.
Thank you, Annie, for those touching and impactful words. And Chaplain Langer, thank you for speaking them on behalf of her. To present eulogies for Constable Ryan, I would now like to invite Brett's wife, Ashley, and brother Garrett to the podium.
Before I begin with Brett's eulogy, I would like to share something that my friend and coworker sent to me just a few days after Brett's passing. Grief. You'll find it comes in waves. When the ship is first wrecked, you're drowning with the wreckage all around you. Everything floating around you reminds you of the beauty of the ship that is no more. All you can do is float. You find some piece of the wreckage and you hang on for a while. Maybe it's a physical thing, maybe it's a happy memory or a photograph. For a while, all you can do is float, stay alive. In the beginning, the waves are 100 feet tall and crash over you without mercy. They come 5 seconds apart and don't allow you to catch your breath. All you can do is hang on and float. After a while, maybe weeks, maybe months, you'll find the waves are still 100 feet tall, but they come further apart. They still crash over you and wipe you out, but in between, you can breathe, you can function. You never know what's going to trigger the grief. It might be a song, a picture, a street intersection, the smell of a cup of coffee, and the wave comes crashing. But in between the waves, there is life. Somewhere down the line, and it's different for everyone, you find the waves are only 80 feet tall or 50 feet tall. And while they still come, they are further apart. You can see them coming, an anniversary, a birthday, or Christmas. You could see it coming and prepare yourself. When it washes over you, you know that somehow you will come out the other side. Soaking wet, sputtering, still hanging on to some tiny piece of the wreckage, but you will come out. The waves never stop coming, and somehow you don't really want them to, but you learn that you will survive them. If you're lucky, you'll have a lot of scars from lots of shipwrecks and lots of love. Brett was an extraordinary police officer, friend, brother, uncle, son, doting husband, and proud soon-to-be father. He loved fishing, hunting, watching the Toronto Blue Jays sometimes win, and when they didn't, he changed the channel to the Astros game. He loved traveling and trying new things. He was definitely the extrovert in our relationship, making new friends wherever our travels took us. He loved our dogs. His unspoken favorite, of course, was his Mavi girl. His reason? She's the good one that didn't chew up our new couch, unlike our new puppy, Scout. Brett did not want his eulogy to be sad. He wanted it to be full of laughable memories and only wanted one tear shed, although that one tear rule will be undoubtedly broken. Brett wore many hats throughout his short adult life, which included paramedic, referee, skydiver, firefighter. We won't even get into that adventure. And finally, his dream came true when he became a member of the Edmonton Police Service. Brett had a generous soul and an inviting personality that captured everyone's attention and heart, making them feel like family. He had a crooked little grin, which usually meant he was up to no good, but you couldn't help but smile along with him. These past 10 days have been the worst days of our lives. Nothing can bring him back. No what-ifs can change what transpired that night, no matter how many times I wished that night went differently. It is both a blessing and a curse having been present at the time of his worst moment. Unfortunately, I will never forget that night for as long as I live. But the memories I will always happily remember are the ones of Brett waking up in the morning, making his coffee, reading the news in his fuzzy slippers because he was such an old man at heart. I will remember how thrilled he was when EPS allowed the growth of facial hair. Brett was so pumped to try to grow out his beard, and boy, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I will remember his snuggles and how his beard scratched my face when he kissed my cheek. I will remember his karaoke song choices at work Christmas parties, or any party for that matter. I will remember driving anywhere with him and telling him how terrible of a driver he was, with his reply being, "Ash, I drive distracted for a living. I think I can get you to where you need to go." I will always remember how we first met, being on the same call together, him slipping on ice in front of me, literally falling head over heels. It was instant for us both. I will remember his smile, his wheezy laugh. We've been told we laugh the exact same way. I will always remember how excited he was when Brett found out he was going to be a dad. And I know that is one memory I will never lose. My sweet husband. We thought we had eternity ahead of us. The 10 years we had together will have to suffice, but the everlasting love I have for you and for us is evermore. I know you have already met our baby, and you will forever be their angel. You will live on in baby Ryan, and they will know every last detail about how special you were to so many people, and most importantly, to me. I love you forever. I'll miss you always. And I love you more until we meet again.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gary Ryan, and I'm Constable Brett Ryan's oldest brother. On behalf of my family, we'd like to thank everyone, all EMS services, Edmonton police officers, Edmonton firefighters, peace officers, correctional officers, SWAT members, EMRs, EMTs, paramedics, RCMP, and also our sheriffs. If I've missed anyone, please accept my dearest apologies. Before I begin, I just want to express our gratitude for the warm wishes, deepest condolences, and prayers that we've received directly through instant messaging and across all social media platforms. The support that we've seen locally across the city of Edmonton, this very province, and this amazing country has been absolutely overwhelming. We've seen it, we've heard it, we've certainly felt it, and it's meant the entire world to us, and we cannot thank you all enough. I never thought this day would come. Not in a million years. How can you process something that makes so little sense? I wanted to speak today, but I wasn't quite sure how I'd do it. How do you summarize your brother's life in only a few short minutes? So I decided to think about love, and I'd be glad I did it. The harsh reality of this life is if you're lucky enough to know love, you will inevitably know loss as well. It's a non-negotiable part of the equation. Those two things are the great connectors of us all, and we understand the emotions of both. Brett Ryan was welcomed into this world as the youngest of three boys when he was born on June 3rd, 1992 at 12:11 p.m. to his loving parents, Bob and Lori Ryan, and two older brothers, myself and Kirk. He began kindergarten at Fox Creek School in 1997. With mom being an emergency room nurse, to say that he was introduced to emergency services at such a young age is an understatement. When she drove the ambulance for the annual Canada Day parade, Brett was the little guy that was throwing candy to everyone outside the passenger window, and he thought this was the coolest thing. A few years later, if you notice a little boy dressed up head to toe in bandages, covered head to toe in fake blood, that wasn't anybody injured walking behind the float. That was just my brother. When his illustrious hockey career of dumping the puck in the corner, icing the puck off the glass, and scoring only 2 goals between novice and midget had concluded, Brett took up hockey officiating. While I joked with him that I taught him everything that there was to know about hockey officiating, it turns out Brett met one of his first true loves. When my family moved to Spruce Grove in 2005, Brett continued to climb the officiating ranks with Hockey Alberta and became a pillar in the community. His career as a referee spanned nearly 20 years, seeing him officiate at some of the highest levels and most recognized tournaments in the province. He also willingly lent his expertise to the younger officials whenever called upon. I have no doubt that because of Brett's influence, Spruce Grove is in Alberta a hockey hotbed for up-and-coming officials. Brett attended St. Marguerite Catholic School for junior high and graduated from high school from St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic School in 2010. It wasn't long after that Brett wanted to pursue a career in emergency services. He earned his emergency medical responder certification from NATE that same year before earning his emergency medical technician certification from Emergency Services Academy in Sherwood Park the following year. Brett excelled in his 1001 fire training and graduated from the Canadian Training Division in Fort Worth, Texas in 2014 before coming back home to resume his career as an EMT. Working in his career at Saddle Lake, his life was changed when he met a beautiful girl named Ashley, when their respective crews were called out to the same scene. He then married her in 2015 at an amazing yet smoky outdoor wedding in Kelowna, BC. While Brett loved his career, he then began to shift his eyes and his heart ultimately toward a career with the Edmonton Police Services. My mom always used to say that hard work, dedication, and perseverance will get you anywhere. Brett pulled that advice into him and made it his own. And he graduated from Edmonton Police Services with flying colors with his diploma on July 27th, 2018. He did all of this before he was 25 years old. He was then stationed at Edmonton's West Division for 5.5 years. Needless to say, he found his home. As Brett began to grow into his own, we were also becoming the best of friends. And he taught both of his older brothers, Kirk and myself, a number of lessons that he expressed either verbally or silently. Some of these lessons might not resonate now, but we hope at the very least some of them will give us the time and opportunity to pause and reflect. Don't take life too seriously. Okay, so I got to tell a little funny story about Brett here. Brett wasn't exactly the most studious of students in high school, and that's okay, not everybody is. He was going into his Chemistry 30 diploma exam with about 60% standing, and he realized maybe he didn't put enough hard work into studying for the exam that he should have. He buckled down, or so he thought. He scored an 80%. A couple years later, we asked him, how exactly did you do it? Was it too easy? And he said, I sat beside the valedictorian and I cheated on his test. But he admitted to his shortcomings with full disclosure. That was Brett. At least he was consistent. The power of laughter is contagious. As what was mentioned just a few minutes ago, Brett had a unique smile to him. A unique smirk. One of, I just stole your wallet and you don't know about it. Brett had the most wheezy, contagious laugh I have ever heard in my life. He could be across the room laughing at something. I don't even know what he's laughing at, and all of a sudden I start laughing. His laughter was the loudest when he mounted the most epic comebacks against me in Super Mario Kart and Halo. I'll finally announce today that Brett was the better player all along. Practice confidence under pressure, Brett and I had a quiet conversation to ourselves a few years ago. And I just asked him if the nature of policing ever scared him. He looked at me, shook his head, and he said no. Brett was confident in himself, his abilities, and his training. Brett took his personal safety to heart, and he was without a doubt one of, if not one of the most safety-oriented officers you'll ever meet. Broaden your world and have fun. Brett lived by the mantra, work hard, play hard. And he applied the same passion and loyalty from his career to his friends. He loved fishing, camping, skydiving. I would never skydive, for that matter. Hunting, softball, Wendy's Baconators, Donairs, Timmy's Coffee, the Houston Astros and the Toronto Blue Jays, and playing with his two dogs, Mavi and Scout. He loved his vacation time, and his two favorite vacation times were Las Vegas and Mexico. Now, he also loved country music. Brett and I did a lot of bonding in my car when he was sitting in my passenger seat. If we weren't singing to Nickelback, we were singing to a lot of country music. So we apologize to any drivers around Spruce Grove who looked at us kind of weird when we were singing Come Over by Kenny Chesney with the windows down. It was just us Ryan boys having fun. There are lots of ways to get you to where you want to go. Brett was a shining example of the 6W philosophy. Work will win when wishing won't. His legacy is that he's a small-town boy from Fox Creek in Spruce Grove, Alberta, who followed his dreams and made the entire world notice. Love your brothers unconditionally. The relationship between siblings teaches you to love above all else and to appreciate those who don't tell you what you want to hear, who pester you, who make you angry, who steal your things, and who wants what you want. Siblings will always be friends and family no matter what, and they'll always be a phone call or text away. Our hearts and lives were shattered when Constables Brett Ryan and Travis Jordan paid the ultimate sacrifice at approximately 12:47 a.m. on Thursday, March 26, 2023, and our lives will never be the same. I often called Brett my big little brother because that's how much I looked up to him. I love my little brother so much, his accomplishments and the man he became. I wish I only had 5 more minutes to spend with him. Tell him one more time how much I love him. He is our hero. He is Kirk's and my little brother. Brett, you've enriched our lives and so many other people around you for 30 years, coming up 31 years. Your last breath on earth became your first breath in heaven. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ has made a house for you. May God wrap his arms around you as you dwell with him. Go knowing that your work is complete and you've made this world a better place. Until we meet again, Brett, I love you so much.
Thank you, Ashley and Garrett, for those moving tributes. And I want to thank both families for sharing your memories with us about Travis and Brett. Know that our hearts are all with you. This whole arena is your family, and we stand behind you. I'd now like to invite Chief Dale McPhee to offer condolences and words on behalf of the Edmonton Police Service.
Annie, Travis's parents, Judy and Hubie, Grandma Charlotte, Annie's parents, Blair and Shelley, Ashley, Brett's parents, Lori and Bob, and Ashley's parents, Lynn and Jim, grandparents, to all the family and friends of Constable Travis Jordan and Constable Brett Ryan, both here with us and remotely, distinguished guests, and all members of our Edmonton Police Service family, active and retired. Today, we gather to mourn, to honor, as you've heard many times, 2 incredible young men. The Edmonton Police Service grieves the loss of these 2 brave and talented members of our family, and we stand with their wives, their mothers, their fathers, their grandparents, their siblings, their entire community of family and friends to mourn the tragedy together. We gather with the pain of Brett and Travis's deaths overwhelming us, knowing that seasons of sadness will follow us as we try to learn to live without them. We will never stop feeling their loss, but we will seek and find comfort in their memory and the pride of their legacy. Brett and Travis were 2 exceptional young men with full and happy lives. As you've heard, Brett was a first responder to the bone. He lived a life serving and supporting his community. As you heard, he was a paramedic before joining EPS.
served as a competitive referee, a volunteer, a community leader, a mentor to many, a man of calm, gentle, integrity, and compassion. He was unyielding in his service to EPS and to the community. Travis was someone who took initiative, showed perseverance, was outgoing, trustworthy, dependable. He was a remarkable human who allowed his humanity to shine, bringing a caring nature, attention to detail, sense of humor, and an outstanding loyalty to those in his life in Edmonton and his beloved Nova Scotia. They both honored their uniform, each with records full of examples of exemplary service. As they encountered people in moments of frustration, anger, fear, of tragedy, they offered outstanding understanding and compassionate. They showed up for us all every single day. From everything I know of these individuals, they were also perfect partners, described as persevering, resilient, and committed to community. Travis and Brett ventured dutifully into a dark and dangerous moment, answering a call when someone in a moment of profound vulnerability, and they made the ultimate sacrifice, their lives, to protect their community. This truth changes things. In grief, we all ask, what can we do? First, we need to lean into this moment. Grief is not a thing we can hide from or run from. We know this from our lives and from the moment we first were alerted to this unspeakable tragedy. We cannot shy away from the magnitude of what has happened or its impact. As chief, I have seen it in every face I've encountered since that early morning call. And now I see it on all of us. As police, as first responders, we lead lives of service, and we know, even in our trauma, that our commitment to service means seeking to prevent and remove pain and suffering from others. Managing this commitment and the terrible consequences that can result is one of the most difficult parts of our service. We've had to mark this moment for 8 officers in the last 6 months in our nation. The entire national and international policing community present here today is very mindful of this and the increased risks that we now carry. In moments like this, we need to attend not just to the moment, but what it means and how we all must ensure we don't continue to gather this way. All of us who lead must take up this challenge together. Our police service is grieving, but even in our grief, we show up, all of us, every day. I am so proud of every member of our service, their commitment to lean in, lean on, and look after each other in this time of need, even when their own tanks are close to empty. It's an incredible display of courage, of perseverance, resilience, equal to the men we honor today. We have not faltered, not for a moment, since we heard the news that we never, ever want to hear. In turn, we are grateful for how our community has shown up for us, whether at a school that literally wrapped itself in blue, or the countless children and teachers who have worn blue, sent cards, and placed flowers. Our community has delivered food, laid more flowers, lined procession routes, tied ribbons on posts, on trees, and turned porch lights on. Building lights and bridges in blue, thousands of emails, thousands of texts offering support have been sent from our local community and around the world. Our community has bared witness to these moments and stood with us in our time of grief. It has been noticed and felt by us all. Thank you. As we show up, we have to lean on each other. our fellow officers and members, our first responder community, our families and friends. We see such a poignant example of those here for Brett and Travis's family. We all hold our families a little tighter now. We are actively supported by so many first responders across so many agencies near and far who have marched with us today. You showed up for us right from the first moment. You did this without question, without hesitation, to pay respects to both Travis and Brett and their families. To the Calgary Police Service, the RCMP, the sheriffs, our fire department, and many others who have helped lighten our load today so we can have so many officers present to pay our respects. We have been directly aided by our foundation, those who have donated to both families, our city, our province, and people across our nation are here to offer the support from when they first heard the news. Thank you to all. When someone is loved is lost, it can feel cruel that the world doesn't stop when they stop. It goes on. And so we must go on and look after each other in the weeks and months and years ahead. First, to the Jordan and Ryan's families, thank you for allowing us to share this moment with you. There is no way we can do enough to honor the sacrifice they made that you all now endure. You are part of our family. We will be there for you in every way we can, today, tomorrow, and always. And to the incredible people of the Edmonton Police Service, to each and every one of you, we must support each other and help each other find strength when we struggle, and we will struggle. But we will honor Brett and Travis by always remembering them for what they are and what they mean to us. We will strive to be deserving of what they gave. We need to focus on who they were and what this now means for us of all. We should not wait for the funerals of the fallen before we lift them up, celebrate them, and show them our respect. We need to do this more readily and more meaningful as a community more often. This is how we carry on. We carry Travis and Brett, and we never let them go. Constable Travis Jordan, Constable Brett Ryan, thank you for all that you've done for us and for our community. You will not be forgotten. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Chief McPhee. In our rich tradition of piping for our fallen heroes, Pipe Major Dale McDonald will now lead the playing of Amazing Grace. DPS Chaplain Roy Langer will now come forward to deliver a message of support.
This has been such an honor. Coming to know families that 10 days ago I've never heard of. To walking in, knocking, from being told, Roy, you're now a part of the family. Just knock and walk in. And it's been such an honor. My heart is just so full of these families. When we stop to think, it was just an ordinary night. On March the 16th, as a matter of fact, most of us have been at that time sleeping in our beds. We were comfortable, we were warm, we were safe. Edmonton Police doing their job patrolling and protecting is why we felt so comfortable in our own beds. The squad car came up a quiet street with 2 officers. Constable Travis Jordan, 35 years of age and 8.5 years of service. Constable Brett Ryan, 30 years of age, 5.5 years of service. You see, Brett and Travis, they never thought twice about that night as they prepared to go on duty. They put on their gear, their vests, and were ready to serve because they loved their city. They loved EPS. They loved their families. Our guys are married to 2 absolutely beautiful ladies. Travis to Annie and Brett to Ashley. Brett and Ashley expecting their first child. And along with those 2 beautiful couples comes a beautiful family. And what I've found over the past 10 days or so is that I would go and try to encourage these families, and I would walk away being the one encouraged. My life has been so full because I've come in contact with you folks. I can't imagine how many lives that you've been able to touch with your husbands over the years. That night will always be a part of us. No matter what we do, we will not be able to take it away from our minds. When I received the call, I went directly to the hospital, and there I met your husbands, and I met you, moms and dads and Nanny and Grandpa's brothers and sisters. Tragedy upon tragedy. 2 families desperately shattered, a community in disbelief, police colleagues just stunned. And so we gather here today, and I want to say to you that there's a phrase or verse that comes to my mind where it says that God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in time of trouble. So we rely on him today. Psalm 23 says it's yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. And a little while ago, a police officer friend of mine said to me, we're looking at that portion of that reading, and he said to me, he said, Roy, in order for there to be a shadow, there had to be a light. And even though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, thousands of people are lifting you up. Not just for a season, but as you commence your journey. We grieve because we love. And the more that we love, the more that we grieve. And I would say to you that grief without hope is soul destroying. I want to use the metaphor of ice. Nova Scotians and Albertans were very aware of ice. And when we think about hope, grief without hope, I would say that it's just like walking on very thin ice. You can fall through at any moment. But when that ice thickens, when that hope becomes real, when you hold on to that hope with all of your strength, that ice becomes solid. And so it's in those moments, and that solid, firm ice, or on the solid rock, that you will hold on to. Yes, the waves will come. Yes, the waves will knock you down, as Ashley shared a moment ago. But you will get up again. We will get up again. And so we are so thankful for our protectors. And so today, there's a song that's gone through my mind so often, and it does so often. And Jim Reeves wrote many years ago, I'm at the vintage that I could remember, precious memories, how they linger, how they ever flood my soul. I want you to hold on. This world can take a lot of things away from us. But I want to encourage you, family, friends, officers, whoever is here this evening, hold on. The world can take so much away, but the deep soul love can't take it away, because when we love deeply, it goes deep into our soul. And so I believe with all my heart that that Brett and Travis will continue to be with us. You will see them in so many different ways. And in the quiet moments, you feel that ping within your heart. In that laughter, where all of a sudden, out of the blue, comes something so funny. Precious memories. Hold on to them. Keep them close to you. Brothers and sisters in blue, we've lost two of our brothers. And we thank you for showing up in such huge numbers today. It's a testament of what you're all about. Down, but not out. And so Helen Keller said these words: what we once enjoyed and deeply loved, we can never lose. For all that we love deeply becomes a part of us. And so that's why that we are truly here today, celebrating the life of Travis and Brett. They will always be a part of us, gone from our presence physically, but always alive within our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain Langler. I would now ask everybody to please stand. Before the chaplain delivers the benediction, the Corps Sergeant Major will address the parade.
Parade! Attention! Parade! Remove! Head! Dress!
To our Creator God, may the strong arm of peace, love, and support that we see here today from thousands of law enforcement and first responders who stand shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart, be visible witnesses of the strength and purpose and commitment for their calling to serve and protect. And may the God of all comfort bring you hope where there is despair. May the God of all comfort bring you sunshine where there is darkness. May the God of hope give us all courage to press on, and in doing so, will bring honor to the lives of Constable Travis Jordan and Constable Brett Ryan. Love, forever loved, forever remembered. Amen.
Parade! Replace! Head! Dress! Attention!
Bugler Constable Beth Lane from the Calgary Police Service will now play the last post. This will be followed by a moment of silence, the Piper's Lament, and the rouse. Prior to the moment of silence, a bass drum will pound 3 beats. Attendees are asked to drop their head on the 3rd beat of the drum. At the conclusion of the lament, the bass drum will sound off 3 more beats, and heads will come up on the 3rd beat.
Bugler! Last post! Clement. Bugler. Rose. Parade. Stand east.
Everyone may be seated. The bearer parties, under the command of Constable Warren Croxford and Constable Darcy Resler, will come forward to fold the flags. When the flag folding is complete, Chief McPhee will present the folded flags first to the wife of Constable Travis Jordan and then to the wife of Constable Brett Ryan. At this time, I would ask everybody to stand as the fallen are taken from the ceremony by the bearer parties.
Parade, attention! Firing party commander, the volley. Turn! Who are fallen? Salute! Parade, attention! Parade, move to the front, left and right, turn!
Please remain standing at your seats as the families of the fallen depart with Chaplains Dowd and Langer, and the final book off occurs. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by for the final book off.
Control from Romeo 81.
Romeo A1, go ahead.
Will all units please observe a moment of silence for Constable Travis Jordan, reg number 3703, and Constable Brett Ryan, reg number 4055, as they take their final call.
10-4. All cars in service, please stand by for a short broadcast. Please observe a moment of silence for Constable Travis Jordan, reg number 3703, and Constable Brett Ryan, reg number 4055.
Control from Romeo 81.
Go ahead.
Please book off Constable Travis Jordan and Constable Brett Ryan, 10-2, out of service for the final time.
All cars in service, reg 3703, Constable Travis Jordan, and reg 4055, Constable Brett Ryan, are booked out of service for the final time. May they rest in peace.
We will remember them.
Parade, attention!